Alright. Got things ready. Well, most things. But you know, we're ready to start. Bring down that volume a bit more. Welcome to Mad Couple Plays.
Welcome.
Yes. Well, if you missed the last time, well, things got really confusing.
Got it.
This is pretty standard for this game. Found out that there was some sort of connection to a previous case 2 years ago, the Joe Dark killings. And we found out, Joe Dark was massive psycho. He ran over a guy and then killed someone for witnessing it. Then killed someone for witnessing that. Then I think he killed a fourth person for witnessing that. And then when he went to bury the bodies, someone saw that and he killed them. Then he turned himself in, but then he decided, nah, I don't want to go to prison. Or possibly get a death sentence, and ran off. They tried to kill Emma Sky. Fortunately, he was stopped by a prosecutor who he then killed. And we've been trying to find out what happened there, what connection that has to this case. It's kind of hard to follow the logic of these games.
My head hurts.
Don't worry. Hopefully we'll be able to finish this. That's why we're starting a little bit earlier than previously. We should start these streams at 6. We do them.
I don't know. Whenever.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what would work better for you.
Oh, we'll worry about that later.
Yeah, right now let's worry about this trial. Yeah.
Horrible trial.
Oh, it's only begun to be a horrible mess. Well, let's get started. Booting up the game now, which is of course taking a bit. Just hold on a second, folks. Just talk amongst yourselves. Peanuts are neither a peanut or nut. Discuss. Hello, Shadow. Are you distracting Mama?
Yes, he is.
Of course he is. Shadow is one of our adorable cats. I don't know if I told anyone, told chat why we have 2 cats. Is it okay if we talk about that, or do you think it's necessary? All right, that's fine. They'll understand.
Didn't want him to be lonely.
Yeah.
Simple answer.
Well, yeah. It's the most straightforward choice. But all right, let's get back to this.
Hopefully for the last frickin' time.
One can dream. One can dream. Okay. So we just finished talking to Star.
And what did she want us to do again?
Okay, let's take a look. I think we need to go back to the police department because we have some information from Edgeworth that might help us.
There we go.
Because Gumshoe might be able to help us
Like
if you're back. You're still here. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
you're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, he means desk jockey.
I think he means. Oh, that DJ.
Got my air persistency, but my answer still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. Oh, you'll change your mind when you see this. I flash my attorney's badge. What? Nope.
Yeah,
Sorry,
let's
change.
continue. Huh.
Right. Sorry, we had to check something. It'll be my neck on the line. The office is a crime scene, an SL9 incident.
The last crime scene.
I have to take a look in there. Oh, this line is yours?
I see that.
Oh, here.
Got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Alright. Presents that Edgeworth gave us. Let's see. Yeah, what's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cool as ice.
Cold as ice.
But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we just betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card. Can't do that. If someone found out.
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm out of the loop. I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Okay.
Oh boy. There we go.
Alright, the chief's office.
Here goes, Mr. Wright. Wow. We're in! If anyone finds us now...
Detective Gumshoe's a goner. That happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Yeah! Yeah, he could have come with us.
Sorry. I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe? What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. Well, that seemed like a song and dance that didn't need to happen, but whatever.
Yep.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Exactly what I was thinking. We gotta let Phoenix talk. He might be saying exactly what I'm thinking. Get out of my head, Phoenix. I know we both have a blue color theme, but you gotta get out of my head.
Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable.
Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
Really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on. Well, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this.
Alright, let's start spraying.
Well, let's talk first. We also gotta examine some things. This on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gans's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. A strange reason to leave it there. He lives as a warning to anyone else. He wants us to always be alert.
Mm-hmm.
He told us so himself at a New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
Of course.
I mean, he kept asking me if I'd been going swimming. It was really weird. He was very persistent about it. I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the clean lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. No. No. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SLI crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, there wouldn't be. No.
Huh?
No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
What?
Okay, now let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. That's a fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. Never comes to you. I don't have time to play my games.
It was not the time.
Yeah, just let it go at that. Sorry? It's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think you can't. Might be a suspect to you. No. Of course not.
No.
Why would we think such a silly thing?
It's
He's only been super suspicious this entire time.
Yeah, and he's super colorful. That's kind of a hint.
He's incredibly antagonistic to literally everyone.
Uh-huh. He doesn't give anyone a death glare when you ask him specific things. What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
I think he's really desperate to see me in swimming trunks. You can't. Let's finally come to this. I gotta stress, Chief Gant is an actionable word. What do I think of him?
Oh, I like his hair.
Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet, I can't let people know. Edgeworth might get jealous. There you go, ignoring me again. Alright. We'll examine, just to make sure we got everything. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through and jump outside. Ooh, and jump outside. Whoops. This is the 15th floor.
Oh,
You
dear.
die. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Yeah, I'm getting a bit worried about you, Gumshoe. Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed of doing something like that.
I'd rather do that from the first story. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that!
Oh, poor
Interesting
Gumshoe.
there.
The shells are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office.
Mm-hmm.
There's one small picture frame left on the shelf. Of the left one, but
Hey,
I forgot the line.
this is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
How'd you leave that behind?
Oopsie.
Huh. Yeah, that's pretty cold-hearted. Okay. This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
It's the vase!
Yep, the vase was here. So it must have been broken in the struggle between Marshall and Dark.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. His name was Darkay. That was my fan theory, that he killed those people because they mispronounced his name. The day Joe Darkay ran out of the question room and tried to kill Emma. 14-year-old girl, but it result to murder. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet I never know he'd be dead in just a few hours. A few hours later. Well, okay, I essentially said the same thing. I know, it's not the exact words. Gee, you think? Okay. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of.
Nice.
Does he keep it in a memory of her or in a memory of the crime? He's being... The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold.
Yes, it is.
Occasionally we hear him playing it for the Criminal Affairs Department.
You must play this exact song.
I like to think he plays da 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 da, whatever that one is. It's on the second floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
Or he's like, the Phantom of the Opera is there.
Or something obscure like one of the songs from the Monte Cristo musical. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours.
Oh god, that is torture.
I'm sure Gumshoe would know that for a very particular reason.
I'll talk. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days, except for the ringing in their ears. In fact, I still can only hear the ringing in my ears. I've learned to lip read. So this is an instrument of punishment, literally.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point.
That's okay. Alright, let's slide to the right.
Yeah, okay, so got that. This is Chief Gant's desk.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Look how empty it is. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Aha!
Oh dear.
It's exactly the list Edgeworth was talking about.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? That's a line incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... How about the evidence list? Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. Please wake up with me, Phoenix. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Evidence list. Oh, there's more. Found this list inside the drawer. List of evidence for the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here? We're gonna look a little more into this list. Alright, but...
Look at the phone!
Yeah, I wanna look at... This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That's a word ripe with intrigue. Wait a minute. Safes keep things safe. Oh my god, I just got it! Sorry. Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
Okay, let me test something. 765309. I can't believe that didn't work.
Well, you need an 8 in front of it.
Oh. 7-digit number. I could just might know what it is.
Is it all 7s?
Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
Oh my god! What?
Really, Gant? Really? Bingo.
I just took a guess!
Yeah, Gant. That's a great idea.
Bingo!
It's so obvious, no one will do it. I wouldn't think it.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was it, pal? It was mine. I knew Gant would remember. 7777777. I can't remember how many sevens I did. It's all sevens. It's a final ID card number on this record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777?
You don't have to say all the
That
sevens.
idea number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. That could only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
I
And
know it.
he probably has the same password to his email.
And
Come on,
his
guys,
lunchbox.
let's steal his identity.
Okay, go.
Note to YouTube, I do not condone the crime of stealing identity theft. Please don't punish me, Mama Susan.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Sure thing. I have to go back into examination mode? Okay. Is our money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
Not from a broken cup.
it's the vase!
Somehow it looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? Yep.
There's something else in here too.
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Yeah, wonder what we'll do with that. Is there's that thing that has a clear impression of a hand in it.
But where's the cloth from, you think?
Don't know. Find out.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? Is this all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. Yoink. It's a cloth with a handprint on it. A broken shot of a cup.
From a cup.
Oh. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Alright, but first, we got a few other things to examine.
Oh,
The phone's
come
not
on.
examinable? Come on.
What about the suit of armor?
This is a real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? It's only one weapon, Phoenix. Sure, pal, the chief doesn't care for imitations.
Sure.
First, the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this?
Well, not you, Emma, you're a minor.
That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
Well, that's not gonna work out for you.
Yeah, pay your taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. The man's listening. Wait, aren't you part of the man? Shut up. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. He raises it up, turns up the visor and says, "Yes, have you gone swimming lately?" By the way, thank you for proving I need to change the combination to my safe. I know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No one would think of that. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able... What?
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Oh, yeah, sorry. That is your line. Whoopsies. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Oh, we've noticed.
Yeah.
You could see it pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here...
First the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh.
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Okay, that's everything that's examinable.
Alright. Let's...
So we gotta present something to Gumshoe.
Of course we gotta present the vase. Oh, you missed it.
Wait, first let's check the evidence list. Ah! I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
Can't make it out. Better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I'd better not forget about this picture.
Huh.
That's sure to become important. But anyway, this... Yep, let's present this. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. Ah, the days of my youth. And the scent of lemon. Oh no, the characters are bleeding together. Kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this a piece of evidence from that case? Wasn't this jar a piece of it? You got me doing it!
It's okay. It's okay, accidents happen. Ah, that's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe. He's figured it out.
Now you mention it. It's ringing a lot of bells. I can hear more bells than at a wedding.
Let's assemble!
Let's see if it fits into his symbol fragments. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. What, Phoenix, do you have the whole thing in your pocket?
Go, let's go.
You're ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
I can piece this together again. I'll prove Cheek Ant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Alright.
We did it.
It looks like the Japanese kanji for, oh, I don't know. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Cheek Ant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But...
Hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? The piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
there's a reddish line on it.
Reddish line. Blood. I mean, there was some blood on the other pieces. I don't get it. Why don't you can't hide this in a safe? Okay, so now...
Now what about the leather piece?
Yeah, Okay. What do I do? Do I present him with the vase again?
I say present him with the handprint.
I don't think the handprint will do anything. Well,
You could try.
we could... Yeah, let's try that. I can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, you listen to all your dreams.
Note to self. Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
I believe now he's just a patrolman. I believe he's just a patrolman now. Yeah, it got one of the words mixed up. Don't want to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Well, that was at least fun. Well, we'll try the vase.
Handprint.
I feel a lot better now that the jar complete. This jar is complete.
But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there?
Good lord, Dick.
Isn't that what safes are for, anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. Let me have that piece of leather!
What else? Shown that has relevancy.
I know what we could do.
Oh, what about the powder stuff?
Yeah, we should...
That's the powder stuff.
Oh. You want me to present that? Okay. Yeah, I'll go on and present that. We'll see if he'll let us. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. I want to take some fingerprints.
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints.
Oops. It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe.
Ah.
Yeah, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Clearly not the same place yours is. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. It's almost like they knew that this this court case would be played several times over the course of several days by people. All right, let's get over it. So let's get this. Let's do this. What? Oh, okay. Okay, so it zoomed me into the fingerprint. We'll go with the thumbprint. All right. Give it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
It doesn't look like it will get a cleaner result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
Okay. Let's go down the line. I will go with the index finger. Okay, that should be enough. Give it my best shot.
That kind of result for... We already did this.
Okay, I think this one might be it. The middle finger. Gant's gonna give us the middle finger.
Oh, he's gonna give us something. There we go. Let's see, who does it... Not
Okay.
Gantz. Not Meekins. Nope. 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 Emma's. Nope. No, not Emma's.
What? No.
Yeah, there's that little dip that she doesn't.
What? No. It's the same.
Huh?
And look, that's Angel Star, so nothing like it. Let's check. Let's double check.
What? What? How?
No. What could this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? That video was right.
It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Hey, you, over here. He's like crouched in the corner like a little gremlin. Come on, come on.
Want to buy some anime?
What's going on here? What the kid's prints doing inside the chase safe? Ask me. Just keep this information from Everford.
But yeah, I watched a YouTube video earlier about someone explaining Phoenix Wright to those that haven't played the games. And he's like, Emma, every time I talk to you, you seem to be involved in some murder case.
That's Maya.
Maya.
Yeah. Here. Maybe I should hold on to this. Get your fingerprints all over it. Yeah. All over it.
Like, how do you end up outside a window, suddenly in Turkey, and then your hand touches a murder weapon 5 seconds after the murder happens? And then when going for an energy drink, you end up pouring that drink on every piece of the evidence except the handle where your fingerprints are.
Alright, the piece of cloth was added to the court record. Well, was I any help? No, you were worthless.
If I remember correctly, that video was by Dubus Scoobus, so go check him out on YouTube after this.
Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
Uh-oh.
Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for your ID card, you would have been useless.
Oh no!
Isn't that right? You in the coat whose name I neglect to remember? Just sleep dead. Didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs.
What?
As I was walking to my...
Hola, Gasto! Mush, mush, mush!
I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog running right into a pole. I laughed hysterically at his suffering. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Hey, me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Oh, hello, Alpha.
In body bags.
I've forgotten my golden toilet paper.
Don't be ridiculous. I rub my butt with silver. It's to make sure I don't I'm down with lycanthropy.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out.
Oh, don't you?
I can't. I'm gonna so enjoy destroying you. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you the one without the spiky hair.
Oh no.
I'm going to harass a minor. This will go well for me, won't it? Don't go yet. I want to traumatize you.
Me, sir?
Yes, did I stutter? I'd like a word with you.
Oh yes, he changes his name to Looker. But sir, I missed it.
Oh, well.
Honey,
Hey, so,
I'm not a licensed scientific.
I'm not a licensed scientific investigator now. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
That was mine.
Oh.
Mr. Wright!
Okay, sorry, it was auto scrolling, so
Go on.
we didn't have an idea.
Go on.
Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chase officers are off limits. Well, no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? But you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, I knew, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. I've seen evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I've finally started to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? What crimes have you committed, Shujo? Oh, I think you know. Knowing glance. Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Okay. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. Oh, this is sus. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Okay. Oh, for the moment my wife has stepped out, so we'll have to wait a bit for her to cut back. So, but, oh, there she is. It wasn't gone long.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it.
Oh, Shoujo! Welcome! Glad to see you.
Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
Don't worry, Shoujo, you haven't committed any crimes. Yet.
Oh no, he knows what he did.
Yeah, we won't forget August 2nd. So what crimes have I committed?
Ice cream.
Yeah.
You can't see me twitching. Anyway.
But I've already told you all I can.
What what you told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Yeah, I don't have to remind you of that day. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. You were the one in the grassy knoll. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise.
They also have broad, handsome shoulders.
Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story.
Oh boy.
Keeping quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted that you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. Oh, that cord was caught. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of?
His name is John Cena! I like that we said that at the same time. We're on the same wavelength. But of course, Aquamarine, yeah, that's great. Chef's kiss.
What I am supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name?
Whoa, Damon is 65 years old.
What?
That looks pretty good for his age.
Yeah.
Must be all the swimming. Well, he actually throws David Gant at her. Take that! His face smashes into the glass. Well, Miss Sky?
Oops. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor.
How did you turn around while sitting in that chair? Practice.
Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know?
Okay. Damon Gant.
We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Where would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before the Board of Inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course. These are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with evidence was...
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
Oh, oh, do I have news for you? Throws the vase at through the window. Smacks her then. Oh, sorry, Lana. Thought that glass was thicker. I just found this in the safe at the chief's office. How did you carry it?
In the Chief's.
Oh, yeah. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, mister. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
Murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Oh my. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. But then I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Oh. The trunk's lock was broken. And I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
Switchblade. Knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
What? Okay, odd choice, but that would be Edgeworth's knife. And that's why she said, I stabbed him. That was specifically what she did, but not that she killed him.
Yeah.
Very particular about her word choice.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
That's the reason for the bandage on the right hand.
Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
You wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked.
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
I would explain why it's so common. Innocent.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
Bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
Oh. The Marshal? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
Disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the... Oh.
He had already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
Your phone call caused the incident in the Their phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Wow! Good Lord! Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Yeah. Since when have I followed orders? Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder? And what went down in a chief's office 2 years ago.
I'm already gonna take a guess here, but Chief Gant probably ran with Emma somewhere and now we have to go looking for him. Because we had to do that with the boat guy.
Yeah, but this is the last day of the trial.
Final day, trial former.
Okay.
Oh, Shoujo says, wait, what? Wait, what?
What?
It's still this trial? Yes! That's what I've been saying.
These trials take a while. Yeah, after we finish this, Dude wants to take a break from this game, from these games. She wants to play some stuff that doesn't require her to use the thinky part of the brain.
Yes.
This is a defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. Whatever will we do? I'm trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be?
Yep, she's been kidnapped.
Where's Emma, for that matter? It always seems as if... I think this might be...
Something's been happening behind the scenes.
Something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, Edgeworth, your voice was slightly different. Sorry, there was something caught in my throat. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of Old Sevens was.
No idea what that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Also, his safe combination was the same number. Really? Oh, damn it. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. That number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say. The first time he's ever done something. Edgeworth, we gotta set our differences aside for our love.
Oh yeah, if you guys are curious about the eating sounds, I'm eating a drumstick. Pretty good. It's vanilla caramel.
See, I like to pretend that someone thought it was an actual chicken drumstick. And then you said vanilla caramel, they're like, what the hell?
Then I just call it a chicken leg.
Yeah, but they call them drumsticks too. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Well, truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. I had enough of that last time. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Yeah, that's another thing I like about this trial. It really fleshes out Phoenix and Edward's relationship.
Alright, this is it.
Oh, heard voices in my head. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. For the final time, hopefully.
It has to be the final time, legally, because of how laws work in this game. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement.
Huh?
But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Oh no.
No, don't let him. This is my time. This is our courtroom. He has no business here. He can't.
Oh, there he is.
Hello, I've learned to teleport. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Auntie, been to the pool yet?
Been back to the
pool yet? I so want to see you there.
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Think you can don't think I can top that. I'm so flustered with words. Did you notice that my spectacles are rose-colored? Isn't that hilarious? Isn't it somewhat ironic? If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? This kind of proposal, he gets down with it. Auntie, will you marry me? I'm already married, Count.
Uh-oh, music stopped.
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, she asked you. I'm sure of that. You're not making this super sussy art at all, Dad. Wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. I mean, you're really just handing us enough rope to hang yourself with. Hang you with. What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman.
But Kit presented this in a way that makes it pretty obvious you've been coerced. He's not very smart.
In the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana!
Rubber.
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claims do not change the defense's plea.
Shush! In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
There's so many issues with this. It's fucking hilarious. They thought this would work.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed.
Lana,
Mr. Edgeworth?
prosecution has not yet proven the defendant's guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you.
Where the hell did you come from?
Well, why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Oh, the finger waggle. I don't think I care for your tone, you got. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes.
Exactly, Sho.
Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive boy you would have me be. So, I mean, Kid actually thought this would work. Okay, I mean, good lord, the way he presented it made it very obvious to both Phoenix and Edgeworth that Lana was being coerced by him. How dumb is he?
Pretty dumb.
With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
Alright, Git, where's Emma?
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
Your mom.
My mother is dead.
Oh, sorry for your loss. As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
That's gonna be a problem. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to contend...
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth might be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Oh, he knows. He suspects something.
I suspect something.
I mean,
Very
yeah.
well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request.
Since she's self-representing, do I still need to be here? Yes, if I have to suffer through this, you do too, right? Santa mentioned intensifies Edward's Gordon.
The comment above that.
Edward, don't make me get the paddle out.
That's
Don't
okay.
make me get the paddle out, right?
That's okay with you, right, Chief Gat?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Yeah, story of my life. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins, grab the bull by the horns. Some other metaphor for taking an incredible risk. Slap the hippo on the snout?
Okay,
I don't know.
There she is.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Sky. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered a serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Fitting. Is that correct?
Sister.
This, yeah.
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
I mean, he does have a really good track record. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Wow, fingers are cold. It's like you had ice cream in them. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Oh, while you're over there, could you get me an ice cream cone, please? No, just grab one for me. I don't have a flavor preference in mind. It's bound to lead to the truth, accidental word behind this trial. Judge slowly has popcorn and drink next to him while this is going on. Yeah, someone do that. Someone like do a drawing or edit in a PNG of a drink and a bottle of popcorn for the judge. Oh, gotta wait a moment for 400 years. We'll finally still get to it. It's not gonna take that long. We're already near the close. This is the final day. It has to be the final day because according to the law in the Phoenix Wright universe, trials can't last more than 3 days. Also, it says it's the final day in the save file. So this is the final day of this trial. Will finally be finished. Let's see if I remember correctly. You have a question, Emma. Let's see. Yeah, there's only one other person we question. After this. Alright. Oh yeah, Doodle's feeding the cats because they're fussy this time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, it does feel like it's been 4,000 years.
I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago when Isildur took.
2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. What was the...
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Oliver. You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Ah, but he also knows you, Phoenix.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Ah, gotta finish this ice cream now. Alright. Well, we need to press.
I guess I could talk for everyone while you eat.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
I could do it between eating the ice cream like you did. Yes. Oh.
Oh, sorry, I had something in my throat. Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant.
Right, give me your evidence for this case. No, Edgeworth, I have to make it a surprise.
My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Scott used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
They were secretly going out, but they didn't want anyone to know.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
Okay. A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Oh no, he killed breakfast cereals.
Dun dun dun.
I'll teach you, Captain Crunch.
Ugh.
Crunchitize me now, Captain.
Ugh.
And there you go, Lucky Crunch, Cap, Rubber God. Is it magically delicious now? Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. That ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran to Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight into questioning at the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought it was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Oh.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim.
Yeah, let's hear more.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Enjoy your chicken, Shoujo. We might still be here when you get back. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think you mentioned that before.
Ivy.
Calamity is lying on Doodlebug now. Being very cute.
Hi.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
Asked about picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Seems to have been lost.
Here's where we present. The picture is on the back of this. Look at that.
Look at this photograph.
Alright. Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor of that case, as per our prosecutor of that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold.
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident?
Read it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn? Ah! What's this?
I mean, it's the seat that Emma's describing. Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Yeah?
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
Oh, I'm gonna tussle your hair, Marshall! What is the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Oh, you know, I just illegally acquired evidence. It's no big deal. Me?
Hi.
Well, the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh?
Yeah, well, if you look at the list, Edgeworth, you might find a bunch of things that you weren't informed about.
These lists, they're different from each other.
Ah, so now the plot thickens. Now Edgeworth is gonna know exactly what happened. He's gonna be even more mad at David Kent.
Like we aren't already mad.
I don't know why that picture is the Ojima trio. Not sure what you're getting at for Aqua. What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other.
Wow, the judge actually was able to notice something important that we missed. Wow, it's almost like he was actually important in this trial. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. A few years ago, only half of the evidence in the case ever reached you. Regime yellow, black, and green. Do a quick Google image search. Okay. Alright. Oh, yellow. Okay. Lord, no. No Yu-Gi-Oh! Not those things. Hey, what? What?
Order! But, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
He must have torn it in half and said, here, you can draw it on this. Because she wasn't talking. So it's like, so he had that piece of paper handy. And then David Gant took advantage of that. Wait a minute. If this list were torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more or the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh yeah, maybe they didn't. Maybe Goodman didn't tear it in half. It's possible. Let's see.
Let's see what the drawing is. Is something wrong?
You even have to ask.
What does it show us?
It says, Edgeworth is a stinky dum-dum. Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
The little mascot.
Why? Why does it have to be that?
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
The badger.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a veteran chief of detectives.
Certain.
Oh, sorry. I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Oopsie.
Evidence was restored and updated to the court record. Alright, but
Very
let's take a
well.
look at the whole thing, just to be...
Very well. Witness.
Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, that doesn't look too suspicious, but
Yeah, I
Oh,
can't
my.
make anything out of that either.
we'll probably figure it out.
Will you please testify about this picture you took years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Ah. Okay.
Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
Oh, I'm gonna force this drumstick down your throat.
After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Okay.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
I mean, it certainly would in a traumatic event like that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show exactly what she saw. Show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Okay.
Alright, let's do this.
Okay, we'll press more. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later. Memory should still been fresh in her mind. Yeah, especially if it was that traumatizing.
Excuse me, witness.
He never saw the picture on the back he asked Marie. He probably never turned the paper around.
But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
Okay. So at the time, he didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away.
Okay.
I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. Just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed?
Adams.
Okay. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of this situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? Hey, you're the one who called her to the stand, Edgeworth. What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Alright. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you do exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way by your talks with the detectives. Oh. Are you insinuating that we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find someone to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. But I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... Strange. He claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in our mind. And yet... there's clearly a contradiction here. Let's take a look at some of the evidence. The Joe Dark's killings. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back.
It stabbed in the chest.
Yeah, let's see. So, let's, object. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy?
Okay, I guess this one. I think it's this part here.
Now let's see what's so strange about it. Mr. Wright, how could you?
It's an act of making innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. God damn it. Guess it means I shouldn't shit the blame on others.
Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson.
Take another look at the autopsy report and picture. Okay.
Mr. Wright. And...
This one? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see that its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, other than the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Oh! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered it correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. There's no other way to explain this inconsistency, other than whatever weird conspiracy you're coming through. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? Aren't I always? All I'm saying is that the broken knife tip might be a piece of evidence that was forged. Can't deny the possibility. Oh. Ugh.
Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
I mean, that was pretty much confessed by one of the people in charge of it. Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding the ceremony that day. A ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. He really had to go to the bathroom very badly. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark. Could there have been one?
I
There
don't
is
know.
another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Whew. Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
Murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's a real murder weapon. There was another broken knife. A broken halberd, to be specific.
The one in the office?
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah,
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
it's the broken murder weapon. This is the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was on all likelihood from this award.
Order! Order! Order!
Yeah, it was at plain sight, yep. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising the right knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh!
Huh?
This further complicates matters.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a little too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
Is this the one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that? So we can blame you for the Blue Badger?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's some knife mixed up, and now the Blue Badger?
Ed.
This should be interesting.
Emma's recollection. Let's see. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
That's peculiar.
Oh, this complicates things.
This is certainly most unusual.
But right impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. Wow, that was improper verbiage. Hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist to now.
Yes, well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further!
Oh. Anna.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination.
Oh.
Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
We're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Finally!
Oh, this is gonna be bad. Okay. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark.
Yes. At least, I think it was him.
Sorry, you were panicked. You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
Okay. Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
He seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But, as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person.
Yeah. What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before. She was a witness in a murder that She was witness to a murder about to take place. There's so much happening in a matter of seconds. A little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
Okay. Are you sure about this?
Of course! See? I even drew a picture of him here.
What? It was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before some. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right. But I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Uh-oh. I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it that Emma saw that all that lightning saw with that? But what was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? I just might know. Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. How very dramatically convenient.
Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger lookalike.
Look at this.
The vase!
Yep.
Oh, I see.
The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
Indeed it doesn't, as it stands now. It's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
Yes, a turnabout, if you will. I gotta show them. At a certain angle they look at this. It looks like... I'll rotate it like this. There we go. This isn't right. I gotta make it look more like the Blue Badger. Allow me to remind the defense of the case. Ah, damn it.
So, I think it's the other... I think if you turn it around... No. Those things have to be... Might have to Google this. Yeah, I do not believe it.
Okay. I think that'll be good enough.
I think so.
Ah. Let's save it so that if I screw up again, I can go back to, I can load the save. Yeah. We know what egg. They should have set it up so that you could get somewhat close to it. Ooh, boo, boo. Okay. Okay, so... Could you freeze from it at the moment where I got it right, just to make sure? Alright. Yeah, that's it. Alright. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. No. Cut me!
Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? I never have one, Edgeworth. What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid this is where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth.
That's right.
You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location, the murder weapon, the murderer. Don't look at the. I'm just gonna. Yeah, you're looking at something else. Checking something else. I think the location, because that means that's where the jar was.
Yeah, possibly.
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yeah, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where? The jar is the murderer! Dun, dun, dun.
The location of this jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. Yep, right there. But the body was found dead, lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that have revealed what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall, did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying that the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There was no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble.
True.
The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Actionable word.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. Too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man that was holding up the knife.
Ooh.
Holding up the knife. The next instance, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf of the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
the suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into that armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility? You mean I'm still gonna be here?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nonetheless.
Nevertheless.
I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright? What's the matter? You got a big revelation to tell us?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Miss Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh no! You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Oh no! No! Oh.
Imagine a testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What, Judge? This happened 5 times already.
What
What
are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body. It was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
Oh, sorry. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
You certainly can't get dead people to testify. I mean, Mia isn't in this episode. It's all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Oh boy.
Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, it only leaves us with one possibility. There's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you.
What?
A message from the deceased, as such a message exists.
Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind.
It's in the evidence! Oh! Ah!
This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is to not accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. Truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
Ace.
Yep, that's why it was broken. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh,
Is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. Message was left here on the surface of the jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on the jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but you notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is that those dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left in him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have been steeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect those points.
these points.
And the victim's message will become apparent.
No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bond stains will reveal it to us, the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. Only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstance. Murderer's name.
E. E.
The defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving lives. All my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like
Oh.
Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Oh.
Of all people. You may not have meant it, but in the end, one who took the victim's life.
It's Emma Sky.
Oh. God, Emma.
Seaworthy, Katza, I didn't warn you.
Shut up again.
Ugh. Chief Gat, you understand the implications of what you've done. What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not?
Vegan.
Ah. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important.
What?
We can't fret over who killed who. Don't you know, we are defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls to the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
Loud ramble, loud ramble. What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
They might have sent an innocent man to his death.
Okay.
Order! 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 Order!
Gavels pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a
I need my hopscotch.
Where's this trial headed? No one knows. But we still have to settle some things. Ugh.
Oh, dear God.
Do you want to still try to continue from this point?
Yes, I want to finish this damn game. Welcome
Yeah.
back, Shoujo.
Well,
Guess what? It turns out Emma is the killer.
can't I at least get to the bathroom?
Yes.
Going nuts. This internet ain't that long.
Yeah, so we're taking a little 5-minute break, so how are you guys' night going? How do you think the trial's going so far? I'd say it's going pretty bad. Oh yeah, it's been a night. I still have a feeling Gant's involved in this somehow. He's acting extremely shifty. He always sounds like he's threatening someone. Oh my god, Shoujo, yes it is. It's like, oh my god, I want to finish this game. Oh my god, it's draining me. Oh my god, I don't care. Yeah, it could be either of those things. I haven't played the game before. But oh my god, I can't wait to get this damn game over with. My brain is becoming mush. It has definitely been one hell of a ride. Just, oh my god.
Take a wild guess who our next witness is.
Your brain become mashed patat, soon everything else becomes mashed patat. Oh, ain't that the truth?
Yep.
If someone ever watches these streams, I'll be surprised.
Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. How about not interrupting anything, pals? Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Oh, I should probably wait for Doodle to get back. She stepped out for a moment. Ugh. Ugh. We have to question one more witness. Oh man, this is this trial will be crazy. Ugh. But we're finally gonna have it behind us. Man.
Guessing our next witness would be.
No. I thought it would be incredibly obvious who the next witness is. Can't even remember her name. I'm hurt. I'm hurt on her behalf. Ah, we've been going at this for 2.5 hours. My goodness. What are you doing? She's so weird sometimes.
And you love me for it.
Yeah, I know. I'm crazy.
I will be right there.
Yeah. Oh. I just need to wet my whistle. Oh my goodness. Mm. Do this, guys. To help stretch out your vocal cords.
Blade burst.
Okay. Drinking the Kool-Aid. Sheesh. Look at the time. Good lord. Alright. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Now, let me turn on the lights. It's getting dark. Hold on a second. Sorry. Gotta light it up, pal. Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Yeah, she asked me to give this to you. There was a break-in. If there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law?
This is the picture on the front cover. Like, what is it? Baby's first law book? Evidence law? I was trying to.
Come on, honey. Read the words before you say them.
Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. Message? No, not a message, a massage. She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Yeah. I'm guessing I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law slipped into pocket. Don't look like book will do any good though. Alright, well let's take a look.
Let's check the book then.
No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Yeah. So someone's gonna say something where that's gonna bite them in the butt. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What?
What else is there left to do? Your credibility has all been ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck the knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And now we're gonna expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. Time to bring it to an end.
Yes, finally. I hate this cat.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid bursts aren't possible to open without the risk of spilling the Kool-Aid everywhere.
Yeah, I remember that when I was a kid.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Scott.
If it isn't Gant, I'm gonna scream.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your action.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecutor's proposal.
Well, he'll accept the other one too later.
Then
I'll
it's settled.
I'll accept any proposals from Edgeworth.
The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Rice, you do realize that this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Hence cause has finally come to bring out the real murderer.
Damon Gant.
Damon Gant. Defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
Have you not been paying attention? I wanted to ask him about going for a swim. As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. Plotting his next murder. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way because I hate his guts. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Get it, bro.
Don't call me bro.
Okay, bro. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir? Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Oh yeah, that's pretty threatening.
Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? It's not like you could make it any worse for him at this point.
Why does his design look like he has moobs?
I used to be fat and then I lost weight. Shut up.
Yes. It's moobs. M-O-O-B-S, as in man boobs. In case you guys didn't realize that.
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Kent. I'm the chief of police.
The acting.
Oh. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? It's almost like you realize that I murdered someone. First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
Maybe.
There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish.
Maybe both.
David, have you just not been aware of Phoenix's repertoire? You are not the most powerful person he has challenged. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. I'm here to mislead it. Just remember, this turns out to be a big waste of time. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
I'm gonna press every damn thing he says.
Yeah? As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. Yeah, sure. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Bullshit.
Is that when Dark was arrested?
He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent near ill flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
Police chief has the right to refuse to testify. I better hit him hard and fast.
Ooh.
No, you don't understand. I want to hit Edgeworth hard and fast. Okay.
Yeah, 65-year-old's not that hot.
But I think I know where the contradiction is. We could go right for the throat. I also do not want to do Gant's voice longer than I have to. See, he says he had nothing to do with the forgery, but... Wait, was his safe there?
No, that's the ideal.
We can see if this will be or this, because they were in his safe. See, that can hit him hard. Yeah, we'll present the jar.
Yeah.
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that's a claim you can't back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's that blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
See, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Git, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can also do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during that investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. I don't know, we pretty much figured out you were a murderer pretty quickly. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Oh, God damn it, you were so bad at this.
Yeah.
Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Okay, now it's not abundantly clear.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. You won't be able to press charges where you're going.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
Alright, Edgy. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
What are these guys? Telepathic?
And by charges, I mean a knife between your shoulder blades.
Okay. Let me take a look at his testimony. Can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted. They're worthless. There's no reason I participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. take a look at that evidence. Let's see. Kent isn't the one who murdered Prosecutor Marshall 2 years ago. Yet I know he played a part in the forgery. That could only mean someone asked him to be an accomplice. Raymond Gaunt, someone's accomplice. Sounds unlikely. Okay. I guess we'll have to press.
Sounds good.
I'd appreciate it if you stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. Who wouldn't have the guts to do something like that? What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped.
But Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have any proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, it's found inside my safe. They'll prove his investigation was illegal. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. I don't know, Red White was pretty douchey. Okay. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Hi, BB.
They were found after Dark was convicted, and they're worthless. Oh, wait. The evidence list. It would contain all those items that he excluded when he ripped it. That's why he ripped it in half.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, okay. Alright, well, let's press and let's see where we can go. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized a day after Dark was sentenced. And wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief's talking about a possibility, so as long as you can't rule it out, your marks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Raito. Think about it. I mean, there was a contradiction there. Why can't they live? There's no reason I'd put forgery. It's real difficult. I found a contradiction, but I can't pull on it. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now don't you see? Return to the crime scene. Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there's a very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Yeah. Be careful when pointing that finger. We might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself. So you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Woodher. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Auntie, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? Ah, there we go.
By all means, please do.
Allow me to incriminate myself more. It wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there wasn't it. There's nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Monothesis, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You need to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho 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 ho! That's a good one, Willie. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone? Point out accomplice. True, you might not help anyone out for anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Anna?
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
Judge, I don't think you understand the implications here. Not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge a gift? Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
No, Judge, no.
No, the ventriloquist is going to be in another game.
Oh, wait. You must be puppet, as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive was to appoint her chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Or which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Thanks for the assist, Edward. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Oh, God. How is this guy not already arrested? God damn, you threatened him in front of a judge. God damn it, kid. You're too big for your britches.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? What? Rabba. Order! I said order!
How's it feel, Gant? Your entire reputation is ruined.
Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible!
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth, in easier to understand language.
Said.
Okay. Got it slightly wrong. It's too...
Said.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Could you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the
Nope.
chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Please have that evidence right. If you don't, this is entirely ruined. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see.
Yeah.
See.
It's going on, but we're almost there.
Alright then.
Okay.
Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good.
Oh, don't worry. It's going to be fantastic. I'm going to save it so if I make a mistake, I can load the save back up and cover up my mistakes.
Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Let's see. Okay.
What about the ticket?
That was
No.
Edgeworth. Oh, wait. No, not that. The ID card record.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows us who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list who we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. All sevens. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe to Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits. You don't mean...
Yes, he is that stupid. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was all sevens. Can't believe he said dumb. I'm still reeling over that. How is he so stupid? The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. No, how could you possibly have figured that out?
Rebel. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense search of my office was a violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law.
Bring him to my basement.
Shh. Don't expose it. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. About the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room.
Oh.
On the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's in the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant?
Ew, Shoujo!
Wait, that means you move in the bathroom and other places? God damn it. I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Okay. Oh, what's this? A lost item report. Gee, let's check. Bruce Goodman, ID number. Item lost. And the date. Oh, the day of the crime. Oh. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police.
Oh.
Yet you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. Accompanied him? His voice... I've changed his voice, but that's because he's breaking. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered Paul Goodman? Exactly.
Well, wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. according to the report, your card was...
Record.
according to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh!
Oh, good lord.
Chief Gant, you didn't.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind.
Oh,
Which
hello,
is-
Allie. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, we're almost done with this, I swear.
Oh,
Who would choose the police department as a place to commit murder? Yeah? After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright.
I
The
wasn't-
victim's body was
go ahead.
the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're almost to the end of the last bonus trial. Oh,
Yeah.
thank God.
Yeah. Maybe a couple places gonna be doing a little bit more chill games after this for a bit.
Yes.
so that Duke can rest her weary head. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
I agree, Aqua. I didn't expect that animation either.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you just think I ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
Alright. This is a good time to save again so we don't lose time if we screw up something. Alright. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Edgeworth's car is not in the evidence, but the parking stub is. This is when Edgeworth came in. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth.
You mean... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yep.
I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Rap.
You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Don't copyright strike this video. I don't think we sing as good as the Backstreet Boys, so I don't think it'll be noticed. Ah! I was asked to go. Oh wait, no, flashback.
Oh.
Okay, AI 16. So that's probably the other trial where he murdered someone.
Could be.
So you see, what you were really taken to the prosecutor's office wasn't a screwdriver. pretty hot how ready we're to go fit at him.
I know, right,
Coming,
Shoujo?
coming at him from both ends. Turn him into a regular spit roast. But the victim's body in your trunk. Somehow I managed to get more.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transfer evidence for a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Rabble.
Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusation?
Think back to the photo Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. It was not the photo of a body being stuffed. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk
this
of it.
was not a photo?
Good
Yeah,
lord.
some typos. Now you see why I sometimes read it wrong, because my brain's filling in the blanks. Because sometimes it's nonsense. Anyway, this was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk, but be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. I need a drink.
Man saw his life flash before his eyes, and then the Matrix started to deload around him.
Chief Gant, please, say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up.
Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch at the District Attorney General with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we make it in time for the early bird special. But cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of at his disposal. Weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're gonna just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you have any conclusive evidence, you would have to have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof that proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. David Gantz is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof.
Sounds like a save, scum. We haven't needed it this time around, but, it's better safe than sorry.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body?
Do I have any concrete proof? Yes, present evidence. Can't let him just squirm his way out of this.
Is it the phone?
I have to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence.
Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Let's see, what does it say? There we go. You dial button, it dials the number of the last person called. Last call was to Emma, or what they spoke about.
Sorry, hon, I don't think there's anything else.
No, it's not this. Let's see. Let's see. Traces of blood from Goodman and Sky. Let's see. Getting in there, we're getting close. Let's see, there's that pool of blood, but that doesn't help us. Okay. Ah! Think I got it. This! He had to be in the evidence room to get a hold of this knife. And that was what he was using as the murder weapon.
But it was found at the crime scene. So, or what exactly is this evidence?
It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge.
But I am the judge.
Yeah, that's why I'm letting you do it.
I used to have a phone kind of like that too, except it was more round, Gusto.
Alright, well, what do you think, Your Honor? Oh.
What do I think, Mr. Rogers? I'm going to be late for lunch.
Hey. Okay, so what do I need? Oh man, I know. Let's see. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m.
That might be it.
Yeah, but how does that connect Gant to the murder? Oh, we can try it. Nope. That same thing we saw before. I could look up a walkthrough to get this easier so I know exactly which evidence to present. Did I? I'm gonna need my hand back. Come on!
Comfy hand.
Don't look. It might have spoilers. Just a moment. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Don't clip that! Don't you dare clip that, Shoujo!
Okay, so... Ah. Okay, now I know where I'm going wrong. There's a trick question. Okay, so now... Yeah. Now I'll have to wait for Doodle to come back. Doodle, I know what to do. Come back to me, Doodlebug. Come back to me, my sweet little firefly. Ah, fine. I'll enjoy these starbursts all on my own. Oh, feel good. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah. 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 Mmm. Tasty. Alright. Oh, yeah. It's good stuff. Man, it's a shame my wife isn't here to enjoy these starbursts. Okay. Now I know what I have to do. Apparently that was a trap. We're not supposed to present evidence, we're supposed to call a witness. Then he's showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Wow. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. The absence of conclusive evidence. The only other method of proof. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Yeah, Doodle is going to strangle Gant for making this trial longer. Chief Gant invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who could answer all the questions.
Angel?
Raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. Can't stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Skye.
The defendant, Miss Lana Skye?
Shh. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task was to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day, and I wish that cat would be quiet.
Yeah.
In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony.
Don't worry, I promise this will be the end of it. What? I think this is you.
Hold on. Oh?
Oh.
Oh, that was you.
Nope.
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty of Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. I got more people to threaten.
Good lord. Yeah, I'm gonna strangle him. Okay, if there aren't any further objections. God damn. This court is now in recess. I'm gonna go behind the bleachers and do something.
Calamity! Shh!
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Come here!
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Ah, Chief. Here's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Ha ha ha! I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office! My office?
What?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top knot girl you used to work with. Could you meet Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Scant done it again. How does he always get the upper hand? It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify. Oh, settle down, right? Remember what the judge said. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. I think this might be Lana.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too?
Oh.
Emma!
Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened.
Oh, but do you?
To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Yeah, your sister loves you so much. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone knew her. Everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? Followed Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. Yeah, Calamity's being a nuisance. You okay? I take a look, see, make sure he didn't scratch you.
He did.
Okay. You wanna go wash that? Just make sure it's not gonna get infected. Yeah, just give her a moment. I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at the situation. Oh boy. Yeah, but we only have. Yeah, this is totally the end of it. I have the walkthrough in front of me, and it ends after Lana Sky's testimony. So we're good. I'm just saying this because I know you want this trial to be over.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, I might as well check the analytics real quick.
I'm fine.
Okay, that's good to hear. Yeah, after the trial's over, Doodle can strangle the life out of them. Ooh, looking at the analytics, we're doing pretty good. Yay! Okay. Alright. That must be why she became so cold.
It's all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. You don't want to blame anyone. Blame society, pal. Yes, society's to blame for all our woes.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with this forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Well, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Oh, let's go, right? It's time to end this. And once this is over, you can come to my room, where we can finally share our true feelings.
Oh, edgy.
Alright.
Oh, edgy.
Alright. No, don't continue this. We're gonna finish this now.
Yes! Yes, let's finish this damn game! Stop now or I'll clip it.
Alright, speed run.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Hello! Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. Truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Ellipses.
Now then, your testimony if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with him.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense, so of course I'm sure. But Lana!
This is true. Then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
Calamity! That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. You're sacrificing yourself because of me.
What if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Okay,
Yeah.
nothing there. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr.
Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Shush!
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what you did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
Pressing on this. You did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If it is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. What?
I broke out. Okay. This is a statement. Okay. Okay. Just trying to see if there's a contradiction. No. Let's press. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask this for the sake of the others. Well, we all know why she planted the knife, but why did she move the body? You showed up on the scene. Where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body. See, the piece of the jar that shuddered to defense without my plan. Oh my god, will you deal with it?
The piece of the jar, you mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away that happened. Shut up!
He doesn't understand you, honey. Just
Shut
calm down.
up. Shush. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see.
You just see what he's screaming about.
What is your...
He is being a little butt. Little bratty brat. No. Why are you giving the computer all your attention? I can pass this. This is ellipses. Just wait for her to finish up. What is it? Easy demanding attention when he could just come in here for it? Doodle? Doodlies? Okay, well, taking a moment. Okay. Okay, we're getting close. Getting close to the end. I can tell. I can feel it. Everything okay? No, as okay as it can be. That little plus budget. Trying to get him in there and bolts, but he's like, I still want attention. Little brat. Yeah, life with cats is fun. Okay. Well, done soon. Trying to figure out what we'll do in a couple plays. Guys, multiplayer game that's a little bit more chill. Got a couple of options we'll consider. Run a poll on Twitter. I don't know if there would be enough engagement for that, but yeah, two of us will discuss what to do and figure out things we can do until we can get a longer term stream going. You know, for a game that we would be multiple parts because it's a long one, like this one is. Definitely have to figure out how to get the cats to stop being a problem. Maybe we need to have scheduled breaks to give them their appropriate daily dose of attention. Yeah, but all right. Ready, Doodle?
Let's at least go until he starts falling again.
Yeah. Okay. What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
Must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Hold on. There's a problem with that. We found out about the jar. It was written on the surface in blood. But if it was shattered But why would it be shattered? Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were being exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
I also apologize for you guys hearing me scream at my cat.
Yeah, well, we all know that cats misbehave. So.
Contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, the pieces of the jar that shattered during the event start in my plan.
That's right. Do you have a problem with that?
It's simple oversight, really. You see, the message was written on the jar with the victim's blood.
Yes. The prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. Alright, first of all, whatever. we'll get to some problems I'm having. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Ugh.
He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Rabble, rabble, rabble. Order, order.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the true towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
That doesn't add up.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Yeah. Okay. Dark in the room, I didn't have time to check it out.
How could she wipe away the blood if it was dark in there?
Now let's go on and press on that. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Professor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation? No. I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Oh, are you sure about that?
I can see.
Wiping them clean before they would...
So you illegally rearranged the crime scene?
Yes. I don't have any excuse for my action. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. Still plenty of time to make up. Gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Okay. Immediately notice the blood piece. Thinking of expediting and just taking a quick glance at the walkthrough, just so we can just get through this quick.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, the jar, because she definitely didn't get them all. There was one piece that was missing. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Which makes sense since he was questioning Dark along with Marshall.
Yeah.
Then it struck me as odd that he was just, I don't know, eating a sandwich while Marshall was chasing a murderer. Oh, this is such a good sandwich. Oh, it's got turkey.
Bravo, Rob.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ah, can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years?
Oops.
Well, Your Honor, can you answer that?
Yeah. No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
I almost had a freak out. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence to incriminated Dark. Sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. Oh, she bit her thumb so hard it bled. Oh,
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
foul lies. And that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem like the type. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Come on, buddy. Wait a minute. What if... Still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana. Maybe right after all. What's it mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
God damn it. This guy, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Yes, and he was unconscious. Oh wait, no. I confused myself. Miss Guy, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright. The witness may testify once more. Final time. Oh!
Finally! Finally! Oh!
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Alright. Gonna have to do some pressing to find...
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword?
You were the only one who saw that. Only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
The book! Oh.
It's a... Oh, yeah, this is your line.
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Hannah must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. The book!
Yep.
Oh, there's something in there. Oh. Hang on, I saw something yellow.
Alright, there we go. Hey, there's a picture in here.
Oh! Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
spot! No other detectives saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be...
Cloth was we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whatever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. Oh no.
What? Fingerprints. Yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Okay, first we gotta settle that bad news that Emma did push Officer Marshall, but for...
Huh? Oh,
Ah,
God.
Hold on. Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What, now you want to make me out to be the bad guy too? Yes! If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that.
Yes, get away, Gant. Go away.
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make statements of any sort.
Boom!
Oh, that felt good to say. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
So what? You think I'm worried? You looked pretty worried.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even I can't testify. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You don't have something to show. You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Damn it.
If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as a murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I have to think this through carefully. Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? Hold on! Why do you think Emma Lana gave us evidence law? No evidence shall be shown without approval from the police department. They certainly didn't approve of us presenting that cloth. No unregistered evidence unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case and trial. Well, Gant said that he said we can't even prove he took it out of his safe. So he has to admit that it was in his safe for it to be relevant to the trial. Boom! In your face, Gant. Impale hoisted upon your own petard. One shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. First, let's save, just to make sure. But yeah, I think that's the way we're supposed to go. Then Gant gets on our case, and then he admits that it was in his safe. we're like, oh yeah, we do have this. He's like, why didn't you present it? Because, until you confess. Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie.
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Yeah, he is a worm. Don't worry, we're about to get him on a hook. Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
And I'm about to make it 10 times worse.
Rabble, 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 rabble.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto? Well, I can't just let you pin me up as a murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
Oh, shut up.
What? You mean you admit to it?
Shut up, Gant. No one cares. You can't testify.
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. Between those items in your safe.
But why?
For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this job fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lon to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But he fabricated all the evidence. What's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ooh.
Ho, ho, ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item of insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Rhino, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
Say admit to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, thankfully you get to be portrayed as both.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Yeah, I chose my words carefully. Foolish move, Rhino. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. Been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, the victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Okay, so now we'll present this. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requested me to be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Being a brat again.
Whoever the fingerprints belong to, Mr. Murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Emma? Emma Skye?
What? They're mine?
Sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Ho 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 ho! You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along. You still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Skye.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Skye, it's not over yet.
What?
That said, this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, just lets him run his mouth.
Before I do that, let's talk about our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends.
There's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of plot proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Okay.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Well, the only thing we got is this. Look at this blood splatter. There should be blood on that, but Gant cleaned it before putting the fingerprints on it. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Dai took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. Oh, wait, this is your line.
Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. Hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked in blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it.
Huh? Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on the cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armorer's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember when you admitted only moments ago that you personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through that very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No!
Oh!
It's finally all over. He's gonna have one little...
Action!
Yeah, now... That was close, right? You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
What?
You see that piece of cloth? It's illegal evidence.
Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Ryder here concealed that piece of cloth. This trial's taking forever.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Do you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Don't worry. I have one more ace up my sleeve.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True, illegal evidence can't be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems at last. It's the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? that you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present the evidence. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. George, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really... There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you could prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now. The book!
Yep. Let's throw the book at him. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. Let's have a look of reading Rembo. The second rule of evidence law.
Yeah, throw the book and then... Wait, don't throw me!
Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. Goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevance? Just take a look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Yeah, no. And it was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved of this cloth. The only person who have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. What the hell?
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. I could for nothing, scum. 2 years he's been snooping around the apartment, trying to get something out of me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on harming me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
That's what it seems like, Aqua.
Wanted to reinvestigate the case. You recruited Angel Star and convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. The evidence is transferred. I'll lose my chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? Can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me. I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. Couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. They didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was wearing so much at the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. A bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as a crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was just too nervous. I had no business doing it. And he put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke the trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, "He broke my car, Phoenix!" Get over it, Edgeworth. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she has as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So he took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar of fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. No kidding. They all did their best to get in my way. I gotta hand it to them. Their job's well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well on close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel you and me. We're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to get it alone. Did he just try to play the not-so-different card? Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Demon Get. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here. and worthy. With those two around, can't go wrong. In fact, I could hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Oh, finally. God damn it. There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. See, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today. So...
It seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. Couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I could see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
He
Smiled! I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh?
You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr.
Stop it. I only did my job. It's not like I like him or anything, Baka.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these times at a later date.
Crimes. Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
Don't you know it?
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty.
Hooray.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma. Quite a long face. Sorry your sister didn't get completely out the hook. But at least she wasn't committed for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I could see why Mia Faye. You know, I did my best too. Sorry. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Oh, no, we got cat interference now. Shadow, come on, buddy. Buddy, this is not the time. Oh, we're not interrupting anything, pals.
Gumshoe.
Oh, yes I am. I've been having a habit of doing that. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
This is familiar.
You're doing this on purpose, are you? Making a detective run around while on duty. And top it off if you call me here. I've seen half of people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana. Lana.
Should you be doing this? You're still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Hey, what are you messing with? You're messing with the wire.
Put you on the wire, buddy.
Emma.
Alright, I'll
Get-
Yeah, he jumped on the floor.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. This. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distance. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if, you know. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma! Aww.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why should we make our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find a way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future where we can leave this game behind us. At least that's what I felt watching those two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday.
Actually, I don't think you appear in any of the other games. Sorry, Lana.
Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here. He looks pissed.
Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now. He runs off.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened.
Huh?
We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gat was right. Oh. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary. I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gat did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
What? Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said,
In order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon.
that may be true, but think back to the day's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered.
Yes, that's right, Edgeworth. We can do this together.
Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lon is talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something neither Edgeworth or I would have been able to find on our own. Wait, what's that? Okay. The attorney's badge? He'd never find that without my help. That might mean something to you. But I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh?
Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well.
But that's what the guide says. No. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. Time for me to go. Oh, whatever. The game still ends out anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth.
You'll excuse me. There's still some loose ends that need wrapping up.
As you were supposed to show the law book.
Oh. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? I'll star in another game. A spin-off of sorts. Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. You can let it help you grow. Again, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right?
From then on, Edgeworth just lives underneath Wright's bed.
But what I face now is my problem. I'll be in court and in bed.
Oh.
Farewell.
I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Aww.
Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Aww.
Huh? Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. Thank God. As for sisters, I have faith. At least one of them will appear in the later games. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? It's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright's here who will be footing the bill.
What?
Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
All right. Finally, it's all over. Good Lord. Oh, yeah. There's the ending scenes.
I'll manage to find my way. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Hannah. Yes, you did just hear me scream in the other room.
Yeah. Still, it was a good game, wasn't it? Did you enjoy it? For the most part? Well, what to decide on what to play next before next week?
Yikes, I thought it was a goner from our moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it would be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
Oh, yeah. The evidence list would have been more cute. Rediscover myself in Edgeworth pants. Yeah, so...
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I could be just like Dick Gumshoe.
Uh-oh. I don't think you want that. Anyway. So yeah, I've been thinking about how we can select what game to play next. You know, the games to play just to chill out.
But there's still something that's been unanswered.
What's that?
What about the handprint on the cheek?
I don't know. Uh-oh. Oh. Anyway. Like, I was considering some possibilities. What do you think about starting a poll on Twitter about it? I don't know. You'd get enough engagement. I could discuss it off.
Yeah. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their... Got it? Bambina.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while.
As a farewell gift, I put a new meal in there. Right way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. I mean the cheek on the blue badger, Aqua. I'll never forget what the young. Well, let's see. Left. Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway. Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta. That's what the chair looks like. Huh.
Hey, Shadow, what are you doing over here? Watch out, he's behind you.
Let's see, anyone we know?
No. I think so.
Maya! Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon, my train's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
Okay, it's probably it's the credits are almost over.
Hello, baby.
Yeah.
Hello.
Alright, well this was an extra long episode. We had to get through this. We had to finish this. My goodness. Like 5 hours.
Oh no, I have to go.
Yeah, go on and go to bed. I'll finish up.
Good night, everybody.
Yes. Yes, good night. Yeah. She has to be ready for work tomorrow. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see the diner, all I have to do is open this book. Ah. And in the book is a picture of Lana. Oh. Before you go to bed, take a look at this picture.
Aww.
Oh, that is so cute.
Yes.
Yeah, I can take care of that. Alright, so it's over. It's finally over. Well. Yeah. Night, night, everyone. Saving content. There we go. Alright. Well. I hope you enjoyed this as much as we did. Well, probably more than we did, because we got a little bit annoyed. We will see you next week, and I'm gonna just stop the stream right now. Good Lord. Yep, we're having long streams now, long form streams. Hey, fun stuff. All right, you guys have a good day. Have to wait a few seconds. One Mississippi.